And we're live. Cool. It's been like, what, 2 weeks now? I've been super busy. So yeah, sorry I haven't been here. Really have to start streaming more though, so I might start streaming in the mornings. Anyway, let's get right into it. Let's continue seance. This cage is either 44 or 42. These two are separated by 5, as well as this one from that one, separated by 5. Today makes things possible. This goes in one of these 2 cells. We were following those around the grid before. Ooh, $45. Thank you. Oh. German whispers in cages that are this big / small are really just so unconstraining. I think last time we were talking about the biggest and lowest this could be. Lowest it could be is 10. So this could be 15 or more. Although, if this were a 10, this would be at least 5, 6, 7, 8, which is 26. Highest this could be is 2, 4, 8, 9. 17 plus 6 is 23. And then 7 times 5 would be 18. This could be 18 or below. Or it could be 26 and above. But really whatever's in here is going to make this just so many different various amount of things. If this were 3, these would be either 8 or 9. But not necessarily different. They could both be 8, they could both be 9. Franklin University. No, this one is either 44 or 42. This one can be anywhere between 41 and 44. Do you know that there's a 1, 2, 3, or 4 missing from it? And oh, this pink cell goes here in this cage. Therefore, this cell has to go here. It is one of these cells over here. And this cell is the cell that's missing from this cage, so it is 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which means this one is 1, 2, 3, or 4 as well. All of them. This can either add up to 3, 4, 6, or 7. Which means this is 8, 9, 1, or 2. Definitely not a 2. Also, these can't be 2 either. Or 4. This is a 1, 3 pair, in fact. They're all staring at this. Also, there's no 1 in here now, because that 1, 3 pair. This is a 4, which makes this a 9. Okay, this is the start of the puzzle that I've been missing for so long. This is a 2, 4, 8 now. These are 5, 6, or 7. This is not a 9. We can get rid of this coloring. Let's get rid of that coloring. Yeah, so these two cages are missing a 1 and a 3. So one of them is 44 and one of them is 42. Which means that the 42 cage, in order for something to be at least 5 away from it, needs a 37 cage. Or less. So this one can't be 38, it can't be 7. This one must be an 8. Also known as one of these is missing a 3, so this one has to be missing an 8. Because of the German Whisper property that the missing digits have in these cages. It is an interesting rule set. I agree. Also, hello, welcome to stream. 1, 2, 4, or 3, 6. Either 2 or 3 in here. These two cages add up to 36. This already adds up to 14. So this is a 19. And 36 minus 19 is 17, which is too close. So this is not a 5. If this were a 6, this would be 20, which would make this a 16, which is still too close. So this has to be a 7, making this a 21, and this a 15, which is 6 away. This is a 1, 3, 5, 6. And it adds up to 16, right? 15. Yeah. Which means that all these cages have to be less than 10. You can't have it 5 more than this, because they're 2 cells, and 2 cells can add up to 20 or more. So they'll have to be 10 or less. But at least 5 away from each other. So can this be? It's not 4, 8. It's either 1, 2, or 3, 6. 3, 6 is 9, which could work. Or 1, 2 is 3, which also could work. However, I do not think with the rest of these cages that will work. If we have 1, 2 here, this has to be at least 5 away from it. 3. This is 8 or 9 or 10. 8, 9, or 10. And this also has to be low as well. Yeah, which it cannot be. If this were 8, 9, or 10, even if it were 10, this would have to be at most 5. But it's at least 7, which is not possible. So this is not 1, 2. This is a 9. This has to be low now. 4 or less. So 1, 2, 3. Which means this one, which is at least 5 away, is 8, 9, or 10. Which could be 4 or 5 is 9. Can't be anything else. Because then 7, 4 is 11. It's too much. Too close to this one. 4 away. So yeah, this is a 9. Which makes that a 6. Those are not 6. This is not a 5. This is not a 1. It's not a 3. That's a 2 and an 8. This digit is 1, 2, 4, 5, 0, 6. It's not a 1, because it's the 1 over here. Or 3. So it's either 2, 4, 5, or 6. These cells are 7, 8, and 9. This is a 9 because it's not 7 or 8. So these are 7 or 8. This 9 makes this at least a 14. Excuse me. That's probably resolved by the rest of the 1, 2, 3 over here. 7, 8 would make a rate enough. If these both are 1, 2, 3, could it both be 1, 2, 3? If you have 2 and 3 here, that's 5, plus 8 is 13, which is not enough. So yeah, you can't have both 1, 2, 3 in here. Because the max they could be is 2, 3, 8, which is 13. And 9 and 13 are 4 apart, which is not German's per away. So there has to be a 7, 8 here. This is 1, 2, or 3. The second one isn't here though. 15 plus 1, 2, or 3 is 16, 17, or 18. And that works for that. This is not 1, 2. It doesn't have a 2 in it. So either it is 4, 8. It can't be 3, 6, so it has to be 4, 8, in fact. 3, 6 is looking at these cells. Is looking at that cell, so that can't be any of 3 or 6, which is neither of those can be. So it has to be from 1, 2, 4, and 8, and it can't have a 2 in it, so it has to be 4 and 8. This is an 8, that's a 7. One of those is a 7. This is not an 8. This is 1, 5, or 9. 9 does not repeat in the cage, so it goes here. This is 1 or 5. This is 3, 5, or 6. And if this is a 5 in here with 6, then this is 25. And this is 10, 15, 24, which is way too close. This cannot be a 5. This has to be 3, 6. We said a 5, 1, 3. This is a 5 now. And let's just check this math. 10, 12 is 22. Then we have 24 plus 5 is 29. 22 and 29 are 7 apart. Yep, that works. These are not 3. This is 7, 1, or 2. These are not 4. They're 2, 5, or 6. What else? Oh, this can't be a 5. Not only is it seeing a 5, but it's on a black dot. This is either 1, 4, or 3. It can't be a 3 because there's 6, 3 over here. So this yellow is a 2. Which means these are not yellow. Neither is that one. These are yellow. It's out a 2 and that a 1. This is a 2 now with the 1, 7 pair in there, making this 16. I don't know why the resource is there. Oh, because I added up this to 36 and subtracted. These are not 2 anymore, so this is not 1, 2 pair or a 2, 4 pair, so this is 3, 6. Making that a 3 and that a 1. This is a 3 now because looking at a 1. Which means this cage is a 44. This cage is a 42. 42 means this one cannot be a 6. This is 7 or 9. 4, 5, and 7 to go in that column. That's not a 5. If this were a 3, then this would be a 5 cage, and this single digit would have to be less than 0 or greater than 10, which it cannot be. So this is a 6, making that an 8 cage, which makes this have to be 1, 2, or 3. Not a 2, because the 2 is looking at it. Not a 3, because the 3 is looking at it, so it is a 1. That's not a 1 anymore. Why did I say that to be 1, 3, or 4? Oh, because of this over here. This one is a 4, in fact. Because it can't be a 1. This is a 3, that's a 6. That's a 1, that's a 7. We have 8, 9 to go in that row, which is resolved by that 9. 4, 5, 7, 8 to go in this box. If this were a 3, 7, that'd make that a 10. It couldn't be 15 or more because there's a 7 here. And it couldn't be 5 or less because it's at least a 9. That's not a 7. If this were a 5, that'd be an 8. It obviously couldn't be 3 or less, so it'd have to be at least 13. Which you could dump with the 15 over here. And then even with 7 as well. 5 away is 12, you can have 7, 5. Okay, so that's not resolved yet. Nine is one of these two cells in that box. 4 is one of these 4 cells. Not interesting. But this is a 4 in that box, which means 4 one of those 2 cells. What else we got? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. This is not an 8. Those are not 6 or 7. That's not a 5. This is a 7 because the 4 looking at it. That's 4 or 5, which means this is not a 4 because there's a 4-5 pair looking at it. So this is a 4. This has 6 or 7. 4 is one of those two cells. This is not a 7. Neither is that. This is 6 or 8. This is 4, 5, or 8 to complete the row. This is a 3, that's a 6. We have 4, 5, 7, and 9 to complete this row. This is 4, 5, or 7. This is 5, 7, or 9. This is an 8 because of all the 8s looking into it. It's that box. 5, 6, 7, and 9 to go in this column. So this is a 9. Making this a 36 gauge. I also could have been able to tell that because that's over here. Because it's missing a 2, it's a 42. And that means it couldn't be 7 because that'd be 38. This is not 4 or 8. 8 definitely is in this cell. Either the 4 here, making that a 5. If 4 is here, making that a 5, that's 12, and this is 8, which is 4 away, which does not work. So this one is a 4. Making that a 7, that's a 5 now, it's a 5, 4. These are no longer 5. 4 is one of these two cells. One is one of those two cells. So is 3. 1 and 3 look at those. This is 5, 6, or 7. The 6 is definitely in one of those cells. This is not a 6. Three is looking into that box, so that's a 1. 1 is in one of those two cells. This is 5, 6, or 7. Not a 5. 1 is one of those two cells. 3 is also one of those two cells, which is resolved by that 3 over there. This is 6 or 7. No, it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 7, 8, 9, so it is 6. Making that a 5. Making this a 1. This is 6, 7, or 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 7 or 9. This is 4, 7, or 9. This is a 7 now. That's a 7. This is an 8, 5 pair. That's a 7, 9, 4, 4. One of those is a 6. That's a 7. This is a 6. 8, 5. 8, 6, 5. 5, 8. 5, 6, 6, 9, and 7. Wow. I've been on that puzzle for like 3 different sessions. Took me over an hour. Not even that bad, actually. Once I finally figured out this. Thank you, Sudoku fan. Okay. Next one. Disarm. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Killer, digits in a cage, cannot repeat unless sums the given total. What a breath of fresh air. Just a killer Sudoku. Okay, let's get into it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is missing 1 and 3. So 1 and 3 is somewhere over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 4 is in one of these cages. This has to be 8, so it's missing a 2. This is also 8, so it's missing an 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 3 digits missing from this that add up to 8. Yeah, so this is not a 1. Not necessarily 3. This one has a 1 in it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which means there are 3 digits missing from it that add up to 12. It's already missing a 1. So it needs 2 more that add up to 11. Which could be 2, 9, 3, 8. No, it's not missing a 1. Never mind, sorry. So it's missing a 2, because it can't be 3. It can't have a 2 in it. Otherwise, the least amount of digits that can be missing are 3, 4, and 5, which add up to 12. Which, wait, no, never mind. It can be missing a 2 in it. Never mind, it can have a 2 in it. We know that there's a 1 over here, and there cannot be a 1 in this cage, so one of those is a 1. This is either missing 2, 5, or 3, 4. If this were 3, then it'd be missing 2, 5. This probably has something to do with set, doesn't it? What would I compare to each other, though? The top half of the figure with the bottom half? These two just go over here in that box. So they cannot be 2. Those are 2. Same for this over here. Those two just go there. So this can't be 8 either. One of those is an 8. If there was a 2... Oh, there has to be a 1 in this cage. So 1's over here. Has to be a 3 in this cage, so 3 is over here. That's something. If 2 were in this cage, this would add to 20. The rest of the 4 digits would add to 29. 28, sorry. 1 would be 29. 1 would be 29875. 2 could be 9874 or 9865. But 2 could also go in here, which would make it miss out 3, 4, 5. Franklin University makes things possible. If 2 is in here, then 1 is not. Otherwise, 2 is in here. And in that case, This should be missing 3, 4, 5. Huh. No, these don't contain a 4. What's the general shape of this? Sus. What can I compare this against? How about this? If I took 4 boxes there, 4 times 45 is 180. So I just have to do 180 minus what these things add up to get these digits. So what is that? 30 plus 23 is 53. 53 plus 37 is 90. Then we have 41 plus 33 is 74. So 90 minus 74 is what? 16? Yeah. Which means that these add up to 16. Huh. If those add up to 16, the lowest this could be is 123 plus 6 plus 6 is 12 plus 4? Yeah. This is at most a 4. If this were a 1, 1 plus 6 is 7, plus 9. The most this could add to is 9. In fact, there is a 2 looking at it. Yeah, there's a 2 looking at this. 1, 3, 4 is the lowest it can be, which is 8. 8 plus 6 is 14, plus 1 is 15. This is 1 or 2. This is either 1, 3, or 4, or 1, 3, 5. It's always a 1, 3 here. Which is that's not 1, 3. This one is a 1. This one contains a 1. It's missing 2 and 5. These are not 1s. This is not a 1. This one is 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 4. I was correct in the math though, right? There's 4 rows, which constitute 180 of the puzzle. 180 total. 45 times 4 is 180, right? 45 times 2 is 90, plus another 45 times 2, which is 180. So 180 minus... Let me just double check to see if this is right. 23, 30, 37, 41, and 33. 6, 7, 14, 15, 20, wait no, 5, 10, 16, 164. 164 is 16, yeah. So 9, 6, 1 could work, or 8, 7, 1 could work, or 8, 7, 2 could work. Oh wait, sorry, 8, 6, 2 could work. This is not a 1. Bow, bow, bow. 3 goes here. Can't go there, can't go in those yellow cells. One of those cells goes here as well. 3 being here and here in these two boxes means that in this row they can't go here or here. So one of those is a 3. One of these is a 5 because this is missing 2 and 5. So that 3. Fire truck, wee you, wee you, wee you. Sorry. One of those is a 2 and a 1. 1 now, for the same reason as this 3, has to go over here. One in this box now. Can't go there. Sudoku can't go there by a killer. So one's one of those cells. That's not a 1. 3 cannot go there by Sudoku and killer, so it goes there. 3 is one of those two cells. This cannot be both 1, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 4. So if this were a 3, make that 1, 2, 4, which would have to make that a 1, 3, 4, and that a 1. But now you have 4 both here and here, which makes one of these a 4, and one of these a 4. But now there cannot be a 4 over here or over here. And thus it would have to be over here somewhere in the 41 cage, which it cannot be. So this one is not a 3. One of these is a 3. And also, what we know from that is that one or both these is not a 4. So either we have 1, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, making that a 2. Or we have 1, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, making that a 1. Does that mean this is always... Yes, this means this is always 1, 2, 3. Because if this was 1, 2, 4, 7, that would make this an 8, 1, 3, 4, make that a 1. 1, 2, 4 makes that a 1, 3, 4, and then there's nowhere for 4 to go in this row. So, this is the 1, 2, 3. Now, 2 which is already in this cage, cannot go here, has to go one of those cells. So this is not a 2, this is a 1-2 pair. Sorry. What else? Whatever this is, the 4 or 5, it goes in this, one of these cells, which means it goes in one of those cells, which means let's go up here. This is 3, 4, or 5. Do, da, do, da. There's things similar we can do for these. No, because it's reaching into this row as well. This is missing 1, 2, and 5. So the rest of the digits are 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Two does not go here. So it's one of these cells, which means it's not over here. 2 is in one of those cells. Three is also one of those cells. Ah, so there is a 2 or 3 over here somewhere. If it's a 2, well, what this is saying is that because 2 goes in one of those cells, it cannot go here. If this were a 2, one of those would be a 2, making that a 3 and making that a 3. And now there's 1, 2, and 3 in this cage. What's missing from it? It can't be 4, 5, and 6, that'd be adding up to 15. This adds up to 12. The digit's missing. So 2 is one of these cells, which means that you have digits adding up to 28 here, either 9874 or 9856. This cannot be a 2, because for the same reason this would be 2 and 3 over here. One of those is a 2. That's not a 2. 2 either goes here or in one of those cells. One is a 2, 3, one of these is a 2, 3, so this 2, 3 over here makes that not a 3. That's 4 or 5. This is either 9, 7, 4 or 9, 5, 6. This is 1, 2, or 3. Loading, loading. Either 3, 4, 5 is missing from this cage, or 2, 3, 7 or 2, 4, 6. There's always a 9 and 8 in it. Ah, there's always a 9 and 8 in it. So, this can't be 8 or 9. If it were, then it couldn't be anywhere in this over here in that cage. So it'd have to be there, and then where is it in this cage? Couldn't be there or there. That's not possible. This is not 8 or 9. If this were a 9, 9 would go there. So then 9 would go there, there. This is also not 8 or 9. Unless I'm learning from that. And neither is that. All these digits cannot be 8 and 9. 8 and 9 would make that an 8 or 9, which would run for that one. 8 and 9 over here would make that an 8 or 9, which would run for that one. And oppositely, it would make that an 8 or 9, which would run for that one. Anyway, that means that none of these are 8 or 9. So these are just the possible 8 or 9s in that box. There are 3 sets of 8 or 9 over here somewhere in these 3 different cages. 2 of them are over here. 2 of them are over here. And 2 of them are over here. So these contain 8 or 9. This one contains at most 1. Because there are also 2 of 8 or 9 in here. There's definitely 8 or 9, 8s or 9s in these. Yes. So because there are 3 sets of 8 or 9s here, these have to contain 2 of 8 or 9. There can be 2 here, 2 here. So there has to be 2 here. Making this not 8 or 9. Which means these are 8 and 9. So those are not 8 or 9. So these are 8 or 9. Making these not 8 or 9. Which means those are 8 or 9. And this is 8 or 9. Then finally the last 8 or 9 is one of these cells. This is 4, 5, 6, or 7. 4, 5, 6, and 7, I mean. which is 22. So this is a 1. We can add 2, add a 3. So 1, add 2. That's a 1, that's a 3. This is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a 6, this is a 2, that's 8, so this is 8 as well, that's a 4. Which means one of those is a 4. That one, in fact. This is not a 4 anymore. That's not a 4. So one of those two is a 4. Which makes that not a 4. That not a 4, those not a 4. Those not a 4 either, so this is not 7. This is 9, 8, 5, 6, 2. One of these is a 7, that is not. Which makes that a 7. And that is not. That's a 6, that's a 4. We have 3, 5, and 6 to go in that row. This is 5, 6, or 7. So there is a 2 missing from here, from this cage, which means that we're missing 2, 3, 7 or 2, 4, 6. There's no 4 in here, so it's 2, 4, 6 that's missing. So that's 5, 7, this is 3. That's a 5. That's 2, 6. That's not 6, that's not 5. This is a 6. This is an 8 or 9, 1, 8 or 9. This is 3 or 6. Making that a 6 or 7. So that is 6 and that is 7, I mean. 7 is one of those cells, so let's go here. Not necessarily, never mind. 7 is one of those cells, so it is one of those cells. This is 1, 2, 8 over here. Making that an 8 and that a 9. This is 4 or 5. This contains a 2. No, it does not. This is 2, 3, 4, in fact. That's a 2, that's a 6. This is 5 or 7. This 8 or 9 goes there. Which goes there. This is not a 1. That's not a 3. The rest of these 3 digits either add up to 18 or 19. 4 is one of those cells. There is a 7 in here, so that is also one of those 2 cells. 5 as well is one of those 2 cells. Because that, we know that there's a 5 and 7 in this cage somewhere. So one of those is a 5, one of those is a 7. by thee, down by thee, down by the old mill stream. Se baixo que se cai. This is 4, 5, 7, or 9. Excuse me. Could this be 4 or 5? If this were 4 or 5, this would be 9. 9 needs what, 14 more to get 23? Yeah. Which could not be 9, 5, it had to be 8, 6. That is possible. So yes, this can be 4 or 5. Okay. Four, 5, 7, or 9. That's not a 4. What else in this puzzle? Could this be 8 or 9? If it was, lowest this could be is 13. Which would need 4 more over here, which is 1, 3. So instead it'd be 14, 9, 5. And had 3, 1, 2. Which works. If it wasn't an 8, 9, it's 5, 6, or 7. If it's 5, 7, 5, 7 minus a 12, minus a 5, which is 1, 4. Which should make this a 4, 9, 13, which make that a 10. 2, 8? Yes. Okay, so that works. Eleven, 6 works. 13, 4 does not work. If this were an 8, then that would be either 13, which makes that a 4, which is not possible, or 15, which makes that a 2, which is not possible in 2 cells. So this is not an 8. If this were a 6, that would have to be a 5. 5, 7 makes that 12, which is not a 5. 6, 5 makes this 2, 4. 6. 5, 7 makes that 1, 4. 9, 7 does not work, but 9, 5 is 14, which should make this 3, which makes that a 1, 2. So this is 1, 2, or 4. That's not a 1. Now we have 1, 2, 1, 4, or 2, 4 here. Those are all the possibilities for that. This one is 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. This does not contain 8 in it. It's 5, 6, 7, or 9. This one is 4, 5, 7, or 9. Oshite kureyo. 4, 5, 7, 9. If this were not a 6, we'll make the rest of the digits in that row 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. No, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 6, and 8. Should make that an 8. It's a 2 or a 6. Otherwise, this is a 6. Which make that a 5. 4, 7, or 9. Oh, excuse me. If this is a 4, that makes this 5, 7, or 9. Which would make that a 6. And would make that a 9. So if that's a 4, then that's a 9. 9, 5 is 14. Which makes this add up to 9. Couldn't be 1, 8. Couldn't be 2, 7. Couldn't be 4, 5. It'd have to be 3, 6. Yes. Okay, this doesn't work. If this were a 4, then this over here, this 4 would make that 5, 7, 9. Which would make that a 9, that a 5, that a 7. But then 9, 5, 7 is looking at this cell to make this a 6. 7 and 6 is 13, would have to make this a 4, which is 1 and 3, which just cannot exist. Because the 3 looking at it. So this is not a 4. This is a 4. And this contains a 4. Making those not 4. 1, 2, 1, 4, 2, 4. That 4 is looking over here to make that a 4, that a 3, that a 3, that a 6. Either this is 4, 5, making that 8, 6. Which can work with 6 there, 8 there. No, it does not. Okay. If this were 4, 5, that makes that 9. It means you have to add it to 14, which cannot be 9 to 5. It has to be 6, 8. But now you have 4, 5, and 6 looking over here. So what is this? 7 and 9, 16, which makes that a 1. Not possible. So this is not a 5. That's a 4 over here. Which makes that a 4, that a 5. One of those is a 5, that is not. If this were 11, then this would be 12. $11, 12, yeah, 12 is either 9, 3, E4, 7, 5. So it'd have to be 9, 3. Whereas if this were a 9, 13 would make this a 10. Which has to be 2, 8. Couldn't be 1, 9. Couldn't be 3, 7. Couldn't be 4, 6. It'd have to be 2, 8. And if this is a 2, 8, that makes this a 1, 4. Which makes that a 5, 7. Which works with that being a 9. Whereas if this were a 7, and this is a 3, 9. Well, that 7 makes that a 5. 9 works. 1, 2. And 6 works. 2, 4. Okay, so those both work. Six either goes up here or it goes here. Almost. One of those is a 5. We're on the last steps of this puzzle. This are 2. I made that 1, 8, 9. Which means 7, 4, 5 is left over. 4, 5, 7. Yeah, and that works. The 6 is looking down here. So those are not 6. Those are not 6. One of those is 6 with the 5, 7 pair. So 5, 6, 7 in this row go here. That's not a 9. That's not 8 or 9. That's not a 9. One of those is a 6. That's not a 6. 5, 7, 8, 9 makes that not an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. That's not a 6 or a 2. That's not a 3. That's not a 1 or a 4. There is a 2 or 3 here. This is not a 5. This is 1, 2, 8, or 9. Neither of them are 1. This is not a 2. This is 2, 8, or 9. Do 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 na na na. This sees every single cell along here. So it's either 1, 3, 2, or 8. Can't be 2. So it's 1, 3, or 8. This sees all these cells in that cell. Can't be 1, 3. So it's either, it's also not a 2. So it's either 8, 5, 6, or 7, 8, 5, or 7, 5, 7, or 8. Franklin University, still possible. Either this is 2, 8, or this is 1, 2, or 2, 4. If that were a 4, that'd make that a 4. Also, this could be a 4, never mind, never mind. This is not 8 or 9. In fact, it's either 2, 4, 5, or 7. 2, 4, or 7. This one is 2, 5, 8, or 9. Where does 5, 6, or 7 go in that column? Here, here, there. So one of those is a 5 or 6. And for this, can't go there, can't go there. So one of those is a 6 or 7. And one of those is a 5 or a 7, which cannot be that one. So this is 5 or 7. Then we have 1, 3, 4, 8, 9. This is not 1 or 3. It's 4, 8, or 9. It's not a 4. This needs a 5 in it, right? If not, this would be a 7. Yeah, if this did not have a 5 in it, that'd be a 7. That couldn't be a 6, because 13 would make that a 4. It couldn't be a 9 either, because that'd make that a 1. So this has to have a 5 in it. Which means that not a 5 and that a 5. One of those is a 5 therefore, so these are not 5s. Seven goes in one of those two cells. So these do not contain 7s. This is a 5. That's 6 or 9. That's a 5, that's a 7. This is 7, 8, or 9. 11 makes that 5, 1, 4. 14 makes that 3, 1, 2. This is always 1. Wait, no. 11 makes that 6, which is 2, 4. 14 makes that the 3, which is 1, 2. So there's always a 2 in here. Which means this is not 2, 8. This is a 7, 3, 9. This do not contain 9s or a 3. This is not a 3. That's not a 9. This is 2, 5, 6, or 8. It can't be 5, 6, so it has to be 2 or 8s. 1, 2, 3, 8 makes that a 9. That's a 9, that's an 8. That's a 9, therefore. These are not 9s. So this is a 6. 7, 7, 8, 5, 6, 5, 7, 9. That's a 1, 9 pair. This is 2, 7, 8s. That's a 7. This is a 2, 8 pair. Now where does 8 go? In this row, it has to go there. Is that a 1, that a 2, that a 4? That's a 9, that's a 1, 1, 2, 9, 8, 8, 2. These are not 4s. Those are not 1s. This is a 3, that's a 4. This is not a 4, this is a 4. 3, 2. That's not a 2. That's an 8, that's a 1, 2, 8. No need to ask why. That's a 1. 7, 5, 2, 6, 5, 7, 6, 9, 8. Not too bad. Yeah, it was interesting. Okay, next one. Drainers and sires. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Killer. Digits cannot repeat in the cell, and values sum to the given clue. Values fun. There are two types of vampire cells, drainers and sires. Each type appears exactly once in every row, column, and box. The digits 1 through 9 appear once each among drainers, and once each among sires. Vampire cells cannot touch, not even diagonally, and they cannot consume the same prey. Have I done this before? This sounds familiar. Okay, anyway. Maybe I just did a different puzzle with the same rule set. A drainer cell bites a neighboring cell, orthogonally or diagonally adjacent. The drainer's value equals the sum of its digits plus a digit in the prey cell. The prey's value is 0. Example given, a 7 bites a 4, the drainer value is 11, and the prey value is 0. Sire. A sire cell bites a neighboring cell. The sire's value and the prey's value are both equal to half the sum of their digits. Example given, 7 attacks a 4. The sire value is 5.5, the prey value is also 5.5. Okay, I definitely haven't done this one. I'm thinking of a different one. Each type appears exactly once in every row, column, box. The digit 1 to 9 appears once in each one of the triggers. Vampire cells cannot touch, not even diagonally, and they cannot consume the same prey. Okay, let's get into it then. We can say for certain that every single one of these cells is not vampire. Also, because there are no negative numbers in this grid, that means that each of these are prey cells. So each of them have to be touching a vampire. Specifically, a drainer. So there must be one drainer in here, one drainer over here, one drainer over here. I'll make drainers red. Your sour cream. None of those are vampire cells. How about this over here? It has to be a drainer, a sire, or a victim of a sire, as well as a railer digit or a drainer. So, this one cannot be the sire or the victim of the sire. If it was, it couldn't get the other one from here. It could get the other one from here because these values are 0. They cannot be a drainer or a sire that adds up to 0.5. So we'd have to get it from here, but then you'd have a 0.5 cell over here. No, but then you can have another 0.5 cell over here. Or, no, you could not. Yes, you could. With this being the victim, the prey, and that being a sire. Also, wait a minute, the prey is orthogonally ordered, okay. So these can only take that one, those can only take that one. So one of these is a drainer. No, not necessarily. You can have any of those being drainers that could get that cell. To just kind of repeat a cell. In a cell? I think they mean in a cage. Yeah. To just kind of repeat in a cage. So if there were 2 drainers in here, then you could have 7, 8, 9 here, and a 9 there. 24 plus another 9 is 33. You would still need 14 more. 8, 6. Good work. So, is it really possible to have 2 have cells in here? What's the most have cells can be? 8 and 9 would make it 8.5. So if you had 8.5 like here and 8.5 there, for example, we're running out of big digits. really running a big digits there. Wait a minute. Vampires. They cannot be orthogonally or diagonally adjacent. No, so you can still. Never mind. You can still have something. Ooh, papa. Tell me what you're saying. Can you feel calm? No, that just. Yeah. There can only be 2 vampire cells in here. There's already a drainer. But you could have 2 victims in here. Hmm. What this? Does this need a drainer? If it doesn't, then you would need 2 sires/sires victims. Well, obviously one of them would have to be a victim, one of them would have to be a sire, or just 2 victims. But what's the most they can be? 8.5 plus 8.5, which is 17. And then you would need 17 is how much more? 12? There just has to be a drainer in here. This one's the drainer. You stay up there, is the reason for your call. Empty supply. Tell me what you're saying. And danger, can you hear me call? I can feel it in your eyes. Give it time, these imaginary lines will fade away. No, it's just not possible. It really just isn't. This cannot be a sire or a drain cell getting a sire over here, which would have to be here. Because if it was, then you would have this over here. This over here would be the vampire, the drainer. And even if you had a sire over here, division there. 8989. It's just way too little. the max this can be is 2 drainers, and then the rest being those 4 cells. And the max that would be is 30 over here, plus 17 over here. 30 and 17 is 47, which is what this has to be. That's a drainer. These are knots. This is a drainer. This is a drainer. Those are knots. And this is 8, 9. This is 7, 6. Temperature change. And thus, one of these is a sire, which I'll make yellow, which has to be this one. Because of star logic on the vampires. And thus, where does the sire go in this box? Can't go there. By star logic, has to go there. Empty fires now. Ba-ba. Tell me what you saw. Tantangera. Can you hear the call? But where does yellow go? In here. Go there. Can't go there. Has to go in one of those 2 cells. 3 cells, I mean. Yum, 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 yum. It's like a dream. Yum, yum, yum. In your sour cream. This is the sire, so that is the victim of the sire. I'll make the victims of sires green. This is a regular cell. You be staying up at 8, what's the reason for your call? Can't tell me what's left to be in your empty empires now. Hip hop, tell me what you saw. Tantandera. What's the least a sire can be? 1 and 2. Now you can even have 1 and 1, which would be 1, but that'd be, useless. So the least a sire could be given half cells is 1 and 2, which is 1.5. So if you had a 1.5 here, then the other cell would be a 2. If you had a 2.5 there, then the other cell would be a 1. So there's a 1 or 2 there. And 2.5 would be done using what? 1 and 4? Yeah. 1, 4, 2, and 3. Your mouth the sky, tacos, ask why. Open your mouth, then close your eyes. It's raining tacos. It's raining tacos. In your sour cream. What can this be? 6.5. Make it 5.5. Should we make that a 6, which does not work? But it is 11 or lower. 11 divided by 2 or lower. It's either 5.5, 7 4 there, and a 6 there. No, it doesn't work. I'm thinking it could be 5.5. If it were 5.5, it would make these two add up to 11. Which either have to be 7 4 is just 5. But that would make that a 6, which would make that a 7. And then what can that be? It can't. So it's either 4.5, making that a 7, or that's it. Yeah, if it were 3.5, it would make that an 8. Wait, 5.5 is 6. Yeah, which it cannot be. So it has to be 4.5 with that being a 7. And this is now 4 5. Can you come, Papa? I can see it in your eyes. Wait, there could still be a thing here. A yellow. No. No. You could have like a 9-7 there. No, you can't. I've done this before. Even if this were a whole number with a yellow. Hold on. It is correct, but however, am I really doing this right? I don't know. What cardinal sin? No, this has to be right. Yes, that's the reason for your call. What's really tripping me up now is that this can't have all, can it? 1 2 3 4 2. Yeah, I can. Okay. This one definitely has to be regular digits. Also, oopsies, that's the wrong type of thing. Grayed out is not prey. This one cannot because this one's already sucking the blood. This one can't see a yellow. So if this were to see something, it'd have to see the yellow in this box, which is over there. Which means that this one definitely has to see a prey. But it has to see a yellow, a sire. Where can it see it? One of those cells. But then this, what is it equal to? You could have 1 3 making that a 2. 1 3. Let's say it's 3. for 2. And that's 1, 2. So we have 3, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Never ye mind, because this is 4.5. It needs a victim cell. So that has to be a victim as well. Join to one of those. One of those is the victim, which is joined to one of those. Or that one. $4.5. 1.5 would make that 6, right? Yes. Which means 6 more. This is at most 3 then. And if we're a 1, this would be most 5. But you have to take into account this over here. If this were 1, 2, making that a 1.5. 3 there. 1.5, 6, 9 is 3 more. This would have to be 1, 2, but there's a 1, 2 here, making 1.5, so that's not possible. 2.5 instead then makes this 4.5 plus 2.5 is 7. So this is at most a 5. Three here plus 2 here is 5. $2.5 is either 1, 4 or 2, 3. It would have to be 1, 4. But then we have 1, 4, 2, 3, 1. That's 6 already. Plus 4.5 is 10.5. Plus 2.5 is 13. Too much. Which means that this is 3.5. With 4.5 here, making this an 8. Which means that of 4. Which is 1, 2, 1. 4 plus 4.5 is 8.5 plus 3.5 is 12. 3.5 has to add 7, so this is 3, 4. The victim cell is at least a 5 here. Oh, but there's a 1, 2 here. I think that means that one has to be a victim, a prey that is drained. Because the least if one of these were green, if one of them if one of these were shaded and not a victim, then the least actually that they could be is 5, which is already way too much. And you can't have a siren here, making the siren the victim out of 3.5. Which means that this has to have a blue in it and a green. 2 victims, which means one of these is red and one of those is yellow. One of those two, which means this one cannot be yellow. This one is yellow. This is 3 and 4. It's like a dream. I find it very hard to believe this could be a yellow. Yeah, it can't be. Because if this were yellow, taking that green, it would have to add up to 3.5. And then, what? 3.5 plus what is 12? It's 8.5, which means you need another green. And then where the hell are you going to get the yellow? There's already yellow in this box. So this is not yellow. That's a red. This is not red. One of those is yellow, making that one the green. One of those is red, making that one the blue. If this were the yellow, that means that this would be 3.5. But then how are you going to get that to be 12? It cannot be red, there's already a drainer cell looking at it. It can't be victim. It can't be another one of these. Because, well then otherwise, the max they can add up to is 9. 9 and 9. So yeah, it's not possible. This one cannot be yellow. This one is the yellow drainer cell, and these add up to 7. Can't be 1, 7. Sorry, it can't be 1, 6. Could be 2, 5. And could be 3, 4. But this one has to be a 5 though, so this one is 2, 5. This is 7, 8, or 9. This is a 2, that's a 3. This trainer cell was in one of those 2. One of those 2 as well. Can't be that one, because then there couldn't be a sire. So it's that one. Sire now goes in one of those cells. Sire in this box goes in one of those cells. So that is not a sire, this one is a sire. Drainer cell goes in one of these cells. Sire goes in one of those cells. One of those is a drainer. One of these is a sire. This is not a drainer. This one has to be the drainer. That is not. This one is. One of those is a drainer. And a sire. This one definitely is one of them, though. Because they can't both be here. So that is not, this one is the sire. This is not. This is not. This one is. Yeah. 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 Yes. Yes, indeed. Because this. One of those is yellow. This one has to be. And then red. Yeah. Like that. This. The rest of the victims are in these areas. Which means that this does not have a victim cell in it. So it's a vampire cell and a regular cell. If you had 1, 3 here, that's 4, which make that an 8. If you had 1, 4, this is 5, you make that a 7. This is either 1, 3 or 1, 4. It definitely has a 1 in it, and this is 7 or 8. Also, this is 1 or 4. This is not a sire. One of those is. Whichever one is the sire cell is a 1, because there's already a 4 either there or there. That's a 4, and the yellow's a 4. Or that's a 4, that's a 4. Because they're just not repeating the cages. These are not yellow. So this is not a red. This one has to have a victim in it to get to 0.5, which means it has to go there. So this one does have a 0.5 in it, and needs another 0.5 to get up to another even number, another whole number. So this one is also a victim. Franklin University makes things possible. What's the least these can be? This could be a 3, 4. No, it cannot, because that 3 or 4. 3, 6 is the least that could be. Wait a minute. No. Yeah, no. This one does have to have something in here. If this were a 9, this is at least a 6.5, isn't it? Because you can't have another red cell in here. So it could be 6.5 or 7.5. Or even 8.5. But those all seem very hard to be. If this were 1.5, and now we're 6.5, these would add up to what? 6.5 plus 1.5 is 8. It's just 8s. We need 4 more, it's just not possible. But the digits are correct. Oh, yeah, because these. Right, one of these has to be blue. Also, this is essentially 5 digits adding up to 34. Which means it has to be 98764. So one of the goes over here. This is 9807. Because either you have 9 and 6.5, 8 and 7.5, or 7 and 8.5. Well, this is very constricted. This is not a 6. From out of the sky, dark goes. No need to ask why, just open your mouth, then close your eyes. It's raining tacos. Yum, 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 yummity yum, it's like a dream. Ah, these children. This definitely doesn't have all non-victim cells in it. Because it would need to be 1, 2, 3. So one of these is blue, and it's the victim for that cell. So this is a 2, 4 in that cage, which makes this a 1, 3, which means that mates. Wait a minute, that's wrong. It's for 8, 9 here. Oh wait, no. Victims don't have to repeat. Thank freaking gosh. This is an 8, with that being a 4. I mean, what I meant is that victims can repeat. There's a 2, 4 in here though. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9. Excuse me. If this were 6.5, it'd have to 13, which is 6, 7. 9, 6, 7 works. If it were 7.5, it'd have to 14, which does not work. If this were 8, that'd be 7.5. Wait, never mind, it does. 8, 7.5 is 7, 8, or 6, 9. It would be 6, 9. And 9 would be 7, 8. No, sorry. 7 would be 8, 9. Yum, 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 yummity yum. It's like a dream. Hee hee hee. In your sour cream. Franklin University makes things possible. 7. This is 6, 9. This is 2, 3. This is 5, 6. Three and 4 up here. 15. If this were not a victim cell, then what's the least this can add up to? One, 3. Also, this is not. This one is. Five, 2. 6 plus 5 is 11. Yeah, that's the lowest it can add up to, so this has lots of options. Yum, 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 yummity, yum. You could still have 2 victim cells in here. This one being blue, that one being green. Then this is 7, 9, making that an 8. This is 8, 9. Making that 17. 17 plus 8 is 25. You could still have both of these being victim cells, though. And then those two adding up to 12. 6.5, 5.5 would work. Even 7.5, 4.5, 8.5, 3.5. This is not 8. It's 4, 7, or 9. This one is a 1. Can't be a 4. These are 1 and 3. This can't be a 4. Because the 4 would go there, and then neither of those could be 4, both would be 4, breaking that cage. That's 7 or 9. This one's not 1 or 3, it would be the same as that one. This one's not 1 or 3, we sees both of those. So one of those two is 1 or 3. Can this one really be 1 or 3? Yes, it can. Because this has at least 4 cells. Well, at most 4 cells. It would just mean that those two weren't victims. This is a good puzzle. I like it. I actually hope that the starting logic was correct. If this wasn't, if there was only one victim cell in here, then the non-victim cell would have to be a 4. This would be 6.5. And this would be 1.5. This would be 6, 7, 9. 6, 7, 9, 1, 2. Oh, that's not possible. This one can't be 1.5. Yes, 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 poggers. Because this one cannot be a 2. This one cannot be a 2. The only way to make 1.5 in 2 cells is 1 and 2. It's because 1.5 times 2 is 3. These have to add up to 3, 1 and 2. Thus, if this were 6.5 and this were a 4, that'd be 10.5. You need 1.5 here, which would be 1, 2, which is broken though. Because there's 2 looking at both of those. One, because this was the sire is rated 2, and this is looking at that cell. So these both have to be victims. So this is either 5.5, 6.5, or 7.5. Wait, no. This is either 5.5, 4.5, or 3.5. Which means this is either 11, 9, or 7. Yeah. 11, 9, or 7. But this one is 4, 3, 7, 8, or 9 now. Which means this one is 1, 3, 5. Those 3 cells. And these 3 cells are 2, 4, 8, and 9. 8 or 9. This is not a 2. It's not a 4 either. It's 8 or 9. So these are 2 and 4. These are 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. This can't be a 7, therefore. So this is not 8.5, making that a 3.5. Because it adds up to at least 9. It's not 8.5, so it's not 7. If this were 7.5, then this would be 4.5, make that 9. This should be 1/8. Whereas if this is 6.5, that's 5.5 or 11. That either be 9/2, which cannot be, or E3. So this is 1 or 3. This is not an 8 or a 6. Four is one of those cells, as well as 1 or 3. This is 5, 7, or 9. This is not victim. So lowest this can be is 10, 5, and 5. And then like 1, 3 is 4, 14. Which it can't be 1, 3. It would have to be 1, 4, or 5. So that has to be the case. 12 would need 3 more. 7, 5 would need 3 more. It should be 1, 2. And that does not work. So this is a 5. This is not. That's not a 5 either. And these are not 7, 9. Those two are different. But anyway, and what that means is that this is either 5 or 6 in here. 10 or 11. No, it can't be 11. Because 11 would make this a 4, which is 1, 3. It can't be 1, 3, or it cannot be 1, 2. So this is 5, 5. Which makes this a 4, a 5 I mean, which could be 1, 4, or it could be 2, 3. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple there. So these are 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a 6. That's 7, 8, or 9. This is 7, 8, 9 triple, so that's not 7, 8, 9, it's 5 or 6. That makes that a 7 or a 9, so that's an 8. This definitely cannot be cannot take a victim cell from there, because then the highest this could be is 4, 9, or like 8, 7 there. Not even. Yeah, it's just way too little. So this has to take a victim cell from one of those cells. These are no longer able to be victims. This is 16 already. So you see it needs 9 more. Could be 2, 7, 3, 6, or 4, 5. Well, it could be 4, 5. This is not a 5. This is 2 or 4, which means that of 4, that of 3, that of 3, that of 1. These are no longer 3s, they're 1 and 4. That's not a 1. Oh, that makes that a 5 and that a 4. That's a 6 now. Those are not 8s anymore. Or a 4. Which means that a 9, that an 8. This is 1, 3, and 5. Oh, but no, we have roping. This is a 5. The other of 1 or 4 is here. Does this victim cell need to be 7, 8, or 9? We have 4 cells here. One of them has a possible value of 8s if it's 7, 9. Look into that cage. But if it's just 4 cells, it doesn't have a 7, 8, or 9 in it, or a 6 for that matter. Then what? Alright, 9, 7, 6. 5, 4, 3 is 12. 5, 4, 3, 2 is 14, which is not enough. And if you had 8 there with 3 of those, 5, 4, 3, 12 plus 8 is 20, which is not enough. So no, you have to have a 7, 8, 9 as the victim cell, which has to go here. This is 6, 7, or 9. And those 2's an 8. Those 4's make that a 1, that a 1, that a 4, that a 4, this a 4. This is 6, 7, 8, or 9. One of them definitely has to be victim. And the other one, I believe, has to be another victim of this one. Because if you didn't, 6 plus 4... Say that this one... Actually, could this be a sire? Only one of those can be drained. Oh, but you could have a sire here. What are these cells? 1, 2, 3, 5? Those are not ones. This is a 1, that's a 3, this is not a 3. It's not a 2 either. So it's a 5. So this could be 5.5 at the least. We should make this 4.5 at least, which is 10. Way too much. Okay. And if this were a sire, say it took that one, 4 and 6, well, because one of them has to be drained, 0, these would have to add up to 8 and make 8. 4 and 6 is 5, 4 and 8 is 6, so you can't do that. Which means that this one is a sire, and that one's a sire. If you had 1, 7, that'd make it 4. 4 plus 4, yeah, that works. Yep. And that's how it has to work. One of them is a 7. That is not 7. The other one is blue. It's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos. No need to ask why, just open your mouth, then close your eyes. It's raining tacos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. This is not a 6. Either was that, so this one is a 6. 24 of these have to add up to 14 needs what, 8 more? No, 10 more. Either 1, 9 or 3, 7. So that's not an 8. So this one is an 8. These are not 8s. 6, 7, 9 makes that 1 or 2. 3, 4, 7, 9. That's not a 4. In fact, that's a 4, that's a 2, that's a 4, that's a 3. That's a 2, that's a 1. So that's a 9. 7.5, yes. So that's a 1. This is a 7, that's a 9. That's a 7. That's a 1. This is a 7. 9, 6. 6, 8. That's a 9. That's an 8. That's not a 9 or a 7. This is a 6, so this one is a 7. And it is the sires thing. I don't think this matters. This one might, though. No idea how we're gonna find the sires thing for this one. Oh, that's not the solution. Fun. Oh, so this one. This is a 7, this is a 9. Instead of 7, it's an 8. That's a 7. That's correct. No, it's not. Okay. Huh. Why is that incorrect? Let's go back to where I put that in. Okay. One, two, three, four. We have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Definitely not 8. This is not a 6. It's not 7 or 9, it's 5. This is 2, 7, or 9. It's not a 6. So this is a 6. That's not. It's not 8 either, it's 7 or 9. 8 goes here. This is 7 or 9. She said a 6 instead of 9. This is 6 and 8. Which is resolved. This is 1 or 2. This one, 4 makes that one a 4. That a 1, that a 4, that a 4, that a 1. This is 2, 7, or 9. 1, 7, make 4, plus 4. Plus a blue cell over here. And you couldn't have 1 and 9 making 8. Sorry, 5. It's 5 plus 4 is 9. One of those is a 1. That's a 4, that's a 2. That's a 4, that's a 3, that's a 2. That's a 1. That's 7 or 9. 16 needs 9 more, which can happen here. Also, this one is 7 or 9. This one is an 8. This one makes that a 9. Also because 15 is 7.5. Plus 8 is 15.5. That's not a 9. This one's a 9, that's a 7, that's a 1. That's a 7. That's a 7. But that's not the solution. I don't get it. Is it really because of this? 5 and 7, maybe? Right. That's why. That's how you're gonna get that one cell. Okay, so this is all wrong for now. That's all fine. 4 and 4, make that a 4. This is a 1, not a 4, not a 4, not a 1. Then it's that a 4, that a 2, that a 4, that a 3. That's 7 or 9. This is a 2, that's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1, that's a 3. 2, 7 or 9. This is correct so far, yeah. Right. This is a 9. That's a 7. That's a 7. That's a 9. That's a 7 up there. So that's 9. That's a 7. That's a 9. That's a 7. That's a 6. It's not 7. It's a 6, 9. Let's see how it's resolving now. Okay. This one is the thing, which makes this the 7. Then we have, what is an 8? So that's an 8, that's a 4, that's a 4, that's a 2, that's a 2, that's a 2, that's a 3. We have 3, 7, and 8 to go. 8, 7, 3. This is 1 and 2. Then we have 3, 5, and 9. That's not 9. That's not a 3. This is 16. So this one needs to be that. That is 5. 5 plus 4 plus 16 is 25. That works. Now this one has to, this one cannot, has to dip into here somewhere. If it was 1, 9, it would make it an 8, which is way too many. Both these would have to be, sorry, 1, 9 would make it 5. You need 3 more. One of those is victim, but then this is ready 4. You can't go down to 3. You need to connect to a 2. That was sire, which is impossible. So it must join to a 4 or a 6 in here. And this one must join to the 6. So that's 6. Sorry, oops. Those two are sired. This one is victim. Red, sire, sire, and that makes that 5.5 and that 2.5. 2.5 plus 5.5 is 8, which works. Now, right now we have 13. We need 10 more. Seven and 5 makes it a 6. Yeah, 7 and 9 makes that an 8. Which is less than 9. 12 plus 8 is 20. 12 plus 6 plus 9. 12 plus 15 works. 12 plus 9 is 21. You'll need 2 more. Wait, no. If it's for a 3, 3, 4, 9, 16. And then this was 5, 7. Also, we know that this one has to come into this box. This one has to take something from here. Because then, otherwise, you just have 4 of these digits. And it's the biggest they can be. 4, 9, 3, 5. 12 plus 9 is 21. Not enough. So one of these has to be sired. Neither of these can be victims, because then you only have the max this can be is like 8s and 9, 17, or 6 and 13, 19. So one of these is sired. Sorry, victims. If this were sired, you have 8 here. The max these can be is 5, 4, 2. 8s plus 5, 4, 2. Or just here, let's say this is the one. 3, 4, 5 plus 8. 12 plus 8 is 20. Not enough. That's the max that can be. So this one is the sire. One of those is the victim. This is either 5 or 6. So we have 5 or 6 plus 13. 13 plus 5 is 3. If this were a 3, and that were a 5, 13 plus 5 is 18. We need 7 more. Not possible. So if this were a 5, 13 plus 6 is 19. Needs 4 more. It's not possible. I don't get it. Those are all done. Those are all done. So are those. Nine, 18. Needs 5 more. Oh wait. That works. 7, 16. Needs 9 more, which does not work. But 5. That's 9. 18. 18 needs 5 more, which is that. And there we go. There we go. Struggled at the end there, but neat. You feel like pesto? How's that? Also, welcome to the stream. Good puzzle. Let us move on to the next one. Wrap rounds. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Modular index lines. The digit D in position P along a line indicates that P appears in position D, with position 1 being the diamond. However, for a line of length L, digits which are congruent mod L are interchangeable. For example, a valid solution along a standard 4-cell index line could be 1432, but on a modular index line, it could also be 49476, because 9 is congruent to 1 mod 4, 7 is congruent to 3 mod 4, and 6 is congruent to 2 mod 4. Okay, cool. Modular lines, but indexed. Okay, let's get into it then. Let me just have this in the bottom, because I could do this math in my head. However, it's nice having a cheat sheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Really what this is saying is that this has 1 of 147, 1 of 258, 1 of 369. This one has all of them, all the digits on it. Watching it burn. City next things possible. This is going to have a 1 or 9 here. Because you definitely need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 on this line. So one of these goes here, and the other one is 1 or 9. Also, digits are not going to repeat on this line. On any of the index lines, really. Because even with the modular stuff, there's only one singular position for that mod. Which means this is roping. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's definitely a 4, 5, 6 there. Let's do the roping. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 1, 8, or 2, 9. Are the digits missing from there? One of them has to be a 1, 9. Not necessarily, no, it could be 2, 8. However, on this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line, if this were 2, 8, that'd be 1. If this were 1, that'd be 1. If this were 9, then that'd be 1. Or 7. This is that cell. There definitely is a 4, 5, 6 along here. So those are not 4, 5, or 6. But it does have to have a 4, 5, and 6 on it. And that means that those three are 4, 5, and 6. And there's 2, 4, 5, 6s over here, 1 over here. Three or 9 on the 6th line goes in 4, 5, or 6. Can't be 4. So this is 5 or 6. One of those is a 3 or a 9. This is 4, which could be 4 here or a 4 up there. Otherwise, you have 5 or 6. Nine would be 3, and that cannot be there. This is not 9. This is either 2 8s, which goes here, or it's a 1, which goes there, 2 8s. That also can't be 9 either. This is 1, 2, or 8. One of them definitely is a 2. Because along the 7 line, 1 of 1 8 and 1 of 2 9 is missing. So we have 1 of 1 8 here, and the other one is 2. Because it can't be a 9. And now for this line, you can't have both 2 and 8 on it. So it has to be 1 and 2. This is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. This is 7, 8, 3, 9. This for a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'd be a 1, which works. 5 would make that a 9, which works. 6 would make that a 1 or a 9. This 1 or 2 makes that 1 or 2. So this is not a 1, this is a 9. 9 is not on this, so that is not a 9. This is not a 3. These are not 9s. There definitely is an 8 and 9 on this. These 4, 5, or 6s go here. This is a 4, 5, or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is either the third one, the seventh one, or the eighth one. But these cannot be 4, 5, or 6. So, this is not 7 or 8, this is a 3. Making this one a 5. So 5 is 3 or 4, yeah. One of those is the 1, so it's not that one. 2 could be 2 there, or 4, 2 there, or it's just 2 there. So one of those is a 2. 4 could be 1, 2, 4, or 6. Can't be 6, so that's not a 6. Put your legs and stay alive. That be enough. 3 or 9 here. Watching. This is 1 or 2, definitely. This one is 7 or 8. This or not. 1, 2, 3, 4 makes this 3 and 4. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah, 8 is 1. So this is 3 or 4. This one cannot be. In fact, wait, no. This one is 3 or 4 as well, so it has to be a 4. We just had a 3. So 7 is 4, and 3 is 1, which is an 8. One of those is a 4, therefore. Not that one, it's that one. Which makes that a 6, that a 5. This is a 9, this is 6. 6 makes that a 1. That's no longer a 1, this is a 1, that's a 2. This is a 2, 4 pair. This is 1, 7, or 8. This is 6 or 9, so is this is 2, 4, or 5. This is a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a 6, this is a 9. Wait a minute. This is like 7? Yeah, 9 is 2. Wait, what? Yeah, this is the second thing, yeah, okay. This one is a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 9, therefore. One of those is a 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1 or 2. This is not a 5. One of these is 3, 6, or 9. 8 is one of those two cells. If it was here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it would make that a 6. Otherwise, it's here, which makes that 1 or 2. So this is 1, 2, or 6. One of these is a 5. It's raining tacos. One, 7, 2, 8, 3, 6, 9. This is also 3, 6, or 9. Not necessarily. This could be 6 or 9. Nine is one of those 3 cells. Just open your mouth and close your eyes. It's raining tacos. It's like a dream. These kids making me sing this song. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is not a 6. Also, 6 is a piece, so it's not 6 either. Excuse me. This is 3, 7, or 8. This is not 1 or 2. What is it, in fact? It's not 1 or 2. It's not 3. It's not 4 or 5. It's 6 or 8. And because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, one of those two is a 6. One of these 3 is a 1. What you do? We can get rid of this coloring now. It has served its purpose. Hmm. Two, 4, 6, 8. No need to ask why. If this were a 5, that would be 2 or 6. Yeah. Neither of which are ruled out. Huh. Ah, ah, yes. This can't be a 1. No, it can't. No, it can't. Okay, so this is a 5-length line. So the fourth position is going to index either a 4 or a 9. This can't be 4 or 9. So this cannot be a 1. One of these is a 1, so that's not a 1. Thus this is not an 8. Something, I guess. Uh, 1 can also be a 6. That can never be a 6. 5 has to go on this line, though. And it can't go there or there, so this has to be a 5. Which means this one, a 1 or a 6. Which is not 1, it has to be a 6. Which means that 2. Which means that is 6. This 2 means that that one is the 8. This is not, this one is the 8 as well. This is a 1, so that's a 4. This is 3 and 7. These index each other. Eight does not go on here, so 3 has to. Somewhere. This is not a 4. This is an 8, that's a 7. Nine either goes here or 4 goes there. One of those is a 1. Open your mouth, then close your eyes. This is 1 and 2. No, 1 and 6. This is 2, 4, and 8. This is 3, 7, and 9. One of those is a 6. This is 2, 3, or 9. Uh, 2, 3, 7, or 9, actually. This is 2, 3, 4, or 6. Oh, but it cannot be a 6, in fact, because there's already 6 on here. It can't be 6 or 1. These are 1 and 6, so that's a 1. That's a 6. That's not a 1. That's a 6, this is a 1. One of those is a 1. One of these is a 3, so this is not a 3. It's 2, 7, or 9. This one is a 3. This is 5, 7, or 8. This one is 3, 6, or 9. 5. This is 2, 7, or 9. 5 is 1 mod 4. So this would have to be 2. Or 6, but it has to be 2. 7 is 3 mod 4. So that would have to be 2 or 6. It would have to be 2. 8 is 4 mod 4. So that would have to be 2. So one of these is a 2. That's not a 2. It's not 1, 2, 4, 5. So it's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ugh, fucking bots. Hey Flinty, welcome to stream. Four is one of those cells, along with the 1.
I want to show you what Angela and I made.
Right now, I'm streaming. Bite. One of those is 6. 7 or 8 means either 7 or 8 is either 1 or 2, mod 3. So this 3 is making that a 2, so this is an 8. This is a 7. This is a 1, that's a 7. These are not 7s, this is an 8, that's a 5. 5 makes that. 5 is a 1, mod 4, so this one is 2. Can't be 6. These are not 2. This is 2 or 4. So one of those 2 is a 4 or a 9. This is not a 4. This is a 3 now. That's a 7. This is 1, 2, and 4. This is not a 2. It's not a 1 either, because there's already a 1 here. So that's a 4, making that a 3. Which is 3 or 8. No, 3 or 7, mod 4. Which is a 3. 3, 9. This is not a 3. These are not 4s. This is a 1, 2. 3, 6, 9 to go. That's a 3. This is 6 or 9. This is a 6. Which means this is 2. Which is 5 or 8. This is 1 or 7. This is a 2, that's a 4, this is 1 or 7. We have 2, 5, and 9 to go in that row. And we have 4 and 8 to go in that row. This is not a 1, this is a 1, that's a 2. This is a 9, therefore. And this is a 3. These are not 2s. This is a 3. Um, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 to go. This is a 2, 4, 5. This is 5 and 7. Solve, that's an 8. We have 4 and 9 to go. That's an 8, that's a 4, that's an 8, that's a 4, that's a 2, it's a 4, it's a 9. 9, 7, 9, 5, 2. There we go.
And it has music.
Good job, AC. Alright, on to the last puzzle. The last pesto puzzle. Also, this is much easier than the rating said it was. Wrap around. I guess I just really like modular lines. Spore. Or spore. Spore? Doesn't that usually have how you spell spore? S-P-O-R-E. Maybe I'm something different. Dutch whisper line. Loop. Draw an orthogonal loop that goes through some cells in the grid. The loop cannot branch or overlap. Adjacent digits on the loop differ by 4 or more. Crossings. Plus signs represents where the loop crosses itself. The loop cannot cross itself elsewhere. Stations. Squares represent train stations, with each station containing a different digit. The loop cannot turn while visiting a station, as stations are visited in descending order. Sweepers. Circles count the amount of loop cells in the up to 8 surrounding cells, plus itself if applicable. Okay. An orthogonal loop that cannot branch or overlap, except at the plus signs where it crosses. Okay. Let's get into it. This means that the loop does this. Also make it orange. It has to go straight through there, straight through there, straight through there. That is that, which has to go straight through there, straight through there. Turns there. Okay. Now, those are all the crossings that can't cross anywhere else. This is at least a 5. 5, 6, 4, 8. Why are they always counting? They're visited in ascending order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That means that. Stop screaming. That they have one each of the digits 1 to 9. I swear these kids only scream when I'm streaming. Differ by 4 or more. Ah, this over here. Yes, this has to be the start and end of the loop. Because otherwise, if these two were orthogonally, if these two were in order, going that way or that way, they would have to be one different from each other. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, etc. That's not possible though, because they have to be at least 4 different from each other in the loop. So this has to be 1, 9. And it's the start and end of the loop, which means this one is 2 8s, and that one is 3 7. Which has to be a 3, which means that a 2, that a 1, that a 9. These are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8s. This is 6, 7, or 8s. This is 7, 8, or 9. Which makes that a 4 or a 5. These are not 6. That is not 7. This is not 6 either. So those are all not 6, which means this one is a 6. Also, it has to do this. So those are 1 and 2. Four would make that an 8, that a 9. 5 would make that a 1, and that a 9. So this is always 9. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 2, 3, 4. Cannot be a 5 because reasons that are obvious. These have to be greater than 6, but less than 9. So 6, 7, 8. These are not 7. This one is a 7. This is not an 8. That's 4 and 5. So those are not 4 and 5. Those are 7 or 8. 7 and 8. I have a very hard time believing that this could be a 5 and not a 4. How'd that be possible? Oh, this is an 8. This is a 7. These are 1, 2, or 3. That's not a 1. That's not a 2. One of those is a 5. One of those is a 6. One of those is a 6. Which makes that a 6. One of those is a 7. One of those is a 7. This is 7 or 8. But one of those is a 7 now. This is a 2 because it's next to a 6. That's a 3. This is not a 7. 4, 5, 6, 8 to go in this row. This is not a 6. If this were to go here, then this would be 1, 2. This would be 6 or 8. This would be 1 or 2. Hmm. What is a 1? What is a 6? If this went that way, and that did that, that would be 8 or 9. That would be the 3. In fact, one of those two is the 3. Maybe not necessarily, because it could do that. Hmm. That's bad. That's bad. Don't you don't you need you now? Can this go this way? I don't think so. This one couldn't be 1, so it couldn't go back to the lows. It would have to be a high. 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. It couldn't be 5. Shut up, because this can't be 9 or 1. So 6, 7, 8, 9 would make this a 4 or a 5. 5 wouldn't work. But 4 would with an 8, 9 here. Ah, darn it. It works. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Hold on, let me see if there's a example image on the thing. There is not. But from the example transition that was shown, you can touch orthogonally. Well, actually, you're touching orthogonally right now, so of course you can. Ah, this cannot go this way, so it has to go this way. It can't be 489, so it has to be 519. Which makes this one a 2 and that a 1. And then 3, 4 is left over here. This is 3, 4, 4, 3, 7. 4, 5 over here. 5, 9 over here. 1, 2, 8 over here. Sleep tonight, but tonight go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the... This is a 3, it's a 4, this is not a 4. 1, 2, 5, 7. From here. This is 2, 3, 4, 5. Could this go to that by going this way? Could do that. Yeah. Darn it. Hold on, I'm on my way. This one, though, cannot go upwards, so it has to go here and connect there. This one either goes around this way to connect to that one, or it takes one of these to go that way. Yeah. This is a 1. This cannot go this way because it has to go to a 4. So this one does not do that because it's this. So it has to turn this way. This one is an 8 or a 9, thus it has to go upwards. So this has to do that. This is a 2 or a 3. This one is 2, 3, 4, or 5, not a 3. So this has to go upwards again. This is at least a 3. This one cannot turn that way, has to go this way. This is 3 or 4, therefore. this is a 1 if that's a 5, or 7, 8, 9. Otherwise, this one is 6, 8, or 9. So 1, it goes that way. 7, 8, 9 goes that way. Yes, no, yes, yes. That would work. And so with that. If it's did that, then that would go like over there. Don't you want you, babe? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, tonight, go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the... Nine is one of those cells. Not that one. This is 2 or 5. I do not think this can take that cell. Because then it'd have to join to 9 somehow. Or, yeah, it'd have to join to 9 somehow. Or 7. And either way, it just cannot. It's impossible. So either this goes up or it goes that way. Which is this one is at least 2. 2, 5, or 7. But now, this thing... if it has to join to that. If this went this way, it connects to that somehow. And no matter which way it does it, it leaves an opening here for this thing that cannot... it just cannot escape. Because this one has to either join to that 9 or to that 7 from the clue. So yeah, this one has to do this to connect, and that one has to join to that one, which then has to join to the 5. So this one goes on to 7, is 1 or 2. This cannot be a 5, so this is 6, 7, or 8, not a 7. This one cannot be an 8, or could it? No, this one is not a part, because then this would be a 9. Now there's that, so this is at most 7, this is 5 or 6. Hold on, on my way. 2 goes in one of those 2 cells. This is 2, 3, 8, or 9. Three goes there. That's a 2, therefore. That's a 5. This is not. This is 1, 2, or 7. This can't be a 6, because you can't join to a 1 or a 2 anywhere over there. This is an 8. This is a 6. Your son has to go down this way. This just could join to that too. If this went that way, it can't join to 3, it can't join to 5 or 9. It have to join to this 2, but then that makes 3 cells over here visited by loop at least. But it has to be at least 4 actually. But that's not possible because this would be a 2. So this one goes this way. Now if this were a 7, it could do that. Possibly even that. Definitely can't do that cell though. Because both of these are possible, this is probably going to be 5. Or that's a 6, making that. 2 goes here. That's not a 2. That's not a 2, this is a 2. That's not a 2. This is not a 2. This is 3, 8, or 9, but definitely not a 9. Hold on, I'm on my way. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5, 6, 7, or 8, but definitely not a 6. This is 1 or 2, 3 or 4. So 5, 7, 8, 9. Definitely not a 7. 4, 6, 8, 9 to go in that column. This is not a 6. This is not an 8. So, I do not think this can be a 7 now. Yeah, it's not possible. Reason why is because if this were a 7, this cannot be part of the loop. Can't touch anything except that one. Oh, it can't touch anything if that was a 7. This could be a part of the loop. If it was, well, it couldn't go there. So it would have to go through here somewhere. This is definitely not part of the loop. This is not a 6. So this is one of those 3 cells. This one cannot be a 6. because it couldn't join to that without making that at least a 3. Couldn't join there, couldn't join there. So this is not a 6. One of those two is a 6. Also, I knew that because of that. Oopsie. This is 5, 7, or 9. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Sleep tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you better do is just meet me at the If this was a 2, this would have to go down. Complete that thing there. This would have to go that way. That'd be 1. That'd be 7 or 9. Well, it'd have to be a 7, in fact. One of those 3 is a 7. This one, yeah, if this were a 7, that's impossible. No, yeah, it is. 7, 2 makes that go downwards, just have to go that way. So one of those 2 is a 7. Making one of these 3 a 7. Before 5 or 8. This is not a 5. Ah, 8 or 9 makes that a 1. There we go. So that goes this way. This for a 5, 1, 9, 7. Oh, but this one is a 5, so this is a 9. This is not a 5. This is an 8. This has a 7, that 6, that a 5. That an 8. That a 5, that a 9. So yeah, this is going to be a 5 in order to stop that from happening. This is a 1, this is a 3. One of those 2 is a 3. These are not 9s or 5s. It's 3, 4, or 8s. This one is a 3, in fact. That's an 8, that's a 4. That's a 3, that's a 3. So that's a 7, that's a 3. This is 4, 6, or 9. This is not a 6. This is not 4 or 8, it's a 5. So that's 4 or 8. This is 5, 7, or 8. This is a 7, therefore. Those are not. This is a 7. Four, 5, 8, 9. This is 4 or 5. This is 8 or 9. Which is resolved. This is 4, 5, or 8. 6 goes here. Making that a 4, then an 8. This is a 4, 5 pair now. That's a 5, that's an 8, 5, 4, 9, 6, 4. It's a 4, that's a 5, yep, so this thing completes there. This is a 7, making that a 2, this is 5. Yes, no, this works. That goes downwards. So then that makes that a 1, that is 7, that a 2, that a 2, that a 1, that a 1, that a 9, that a 4. This is 6, and that 9. Wait, what? What am I missing? Oh, there's 2 8s in this row. So there's 2 9s in this row. When did that happen? Right. This is 7. That's a 9, 5, 6. Okay, there we go. That makes that happen. That happen, and that happen. That's an 8, 3, 8, 3, 4, 3, 7. 7, 2. Completes that. The spore is done. This is not an 8. It's a 5. 1, 7, 2, 4, 1, 9, 8. 5, 9. 1, 3, 3. 5, 7, 8. That's not 8, that's not 7, that's not a 5. 4, 6, 9. That's not an 8. In fact, this one is an 8. 8, 5, 7. 7. 4, 5, 6, 9. One of those is a 9. It's that one. 4, 5, 6. So that's a 4. It's a 5, 4, 4, 6, 6, 5. 1, 2, and 6, 4. There we go. 35, 22. Amazing. I did it. I completed every single MathPesto puzzle. I think. Oh, let me check. Column 4. I love the new copy paste feature. So R is row 5. Oh, this is sans, never mind. This is row 5. Trainers and sires is column 8. Wraparound is row 8. And spore, row 3 and 4 in loop. Alright, time to test it. Logic, that's just Germany. Math. First page is done. Second page is done. Third page is done. Fourth page is done. Fifth page is done. Ah, I still have the thing to do. 7's done. 8's done. So is 9. So is 10. So I literally just have the thing. And I remember this puzzle being extremely hard, which is why I didn't complete it. The Thing by MathPesto. 100,000 years ago, a UFO crash lands in Antarctica. Norwegian researchers discovered the site in 1982 and accidentally revived the frozen passenger upon bringing it back to their lab. The Thing murdered a crew member and then assimilated him in order to kill off the others. It has now imitated one of their dogs and is making its way to Outpost 31, where a US crew might meet the same fate. Normal stoke rules apply. Once in each row, column, and box, the thing assimilates a number, thereby negating it. Example given: if the thing is in row 5, column 7, and the cell appears to contain a 3, its actual value is -3. Values on the blue line have the same sum, and each box the line is in. Values along the thermo increase from the bulk to the ends. Adjacent values in a green line differ by 5 or more. Numbers in a circle appear once in the 4 surrounding cells. They may be genuine, positive, or may be the thing, negative. To successfully escape, you must travel from the now destroyed Outpost 31, row 2, column 2, to the helicopter, row 8, column 8. Your path is 1 cell wide and may not go outside of Antarctica's boundary, blue line. The path may not contain nor be orthogonally adjacent to any of the thing's cells. Adjacent values in the escape route differ by 5 or more. So this is what I have so far. These are the possible thing cells. This is a thing cell. This has to go out this way somewhere and go to the helicopter somehow. But I have no idea how to do this. Like, I've been so stuck on this. hold on, I'm on my way. One of these is at least a 6. And if you have 1, 2, 3, 6, it's 12. 12 minus 5 is 7. If it's a 7, 1, 2, 3, 7 minus 5, 6 and 7. Or alternatively, if you have 1, 2, 3, 6, 12 minus 9 is 3. So never mind. Done, done, my way. Hey. This being a negative number means that these could literally be anything, so it's not restricted at all. However, this was needed to find out that this was a thing cell. I don't think it's possible for the thing to enter this box. Sorry, the line. Might be, though. Yeah, I've spent already 140 minutes on this puzzle. I wanted to ask Pesto for help. They are coming. Hello, they are here. Yeah, so this is the last puzzle that I have to do of yours. And it's one that I've been putting off for so long. Back in over here, the 6th page, I'm done with everything else. But I put this all one off for so long because I've been 140 minutes on it so far. I have no idea what to do. I need a hint. And thank you, thank you. Because the things that I've been thinking about are positions of the thing cell in these boxes, as well as like how this line moves starting from here. Because one of these cells on this uh, line is going to have to be 6, 7, 8, or 9. I don't think this being here, this is restricted a little bit because it goes there at least. But then like it could go there, could go there, could do that, it could go down there. The thing cell being here is restrictive for this over here, because then it would have to be forced to go this way, making one of those two a thing cell, which would have to be that one. If that were a thing cell, then that would have to be a thing cell. And this one would have to be a natural number. Box 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it would make those two have to be a thing cell. But this is only an if. Like that, one of those, one of those, one of those. If row 6 column is an 8, how does the path get through? Wait, is this an orthogonal path? No, it can't be. But if row 6 column 3 was a negator, it would do this. Sorry, it would do this. Wait, this is an orthogonal path? Hold up. Where is the path rules? Your path is one cell wide and may not go outside of Antarctica's boundary. Wait, does one cell wide mean it's orthogonal? So what you're telling me is that this entire time, all I had to ask is if it's orthogonal or not. Alright, so this is an orthogonal path, so it has to go this way. We know that it has to get out here somewhere. So this must be taken. These two cannot be imposter cells. The thing cells. I don't think. Yeah, no, it can't, because then this one would touch that or touch that one. And same for that one over here. That can't be a thing cell. Otherwise, how are you gonna get out? You can't. So this one is a thing cell. And so is that. Let's X out any possible thing that cannot be. So the path must go through here, which means this one is not a thing cell. This one is a thing cell. These two are not thing cells, and this one can't be a thing cell because then this could not go anywhere, which means this one is a thing cell. These two are not. That is not a thing cell. These are not thing cells. This thing has to go here now, has to go up now. This is not a thing cell, therefore One of these is, this is not. This is not a thing cell, one of those two is. These are all regular cells, so this is 6, 7, 8, or 9, which I'm pretty sure I worked out somehow with this. I'm not sure how I worked it out. Oh yeah, because either this was all 3 cells or that was all 3 cells. I somehow worked that out. This is not a thing cell. This one is. This one isn't. This one is. And this one is. And we did all the thing cells. So this one goes this way, which can either go that way, that way, and that way, or that way, that way, and that way, or that way, that way, and that way. This one completes over here. So yeah, it's basically just whichever way he completes this way. This is basically done. It's just German's per properties I have to think about now. If this were high, it'd be a 6, making that a 1. Because that basically this to be 1, 2. But that can't be a 6. If this were high and it was a 6, this would have to be 1, 2, making that a 9. But then that would have to be 1, breaking the 1, 2 here. So this is a low, 1, 2, 3, 4. Making that a 7, 8, or 9, that a 1, 2, 3, or 4. And I can alternate parity. Because they're orthogonal, this is a 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not a 6. To just counter repeat an E. Indeed. This is not a 7. These are not 2 or 3, this is 1 and 4, because the 2, 3 over here. That's a 9. This is not a 9, so this has to be a 1. This has to be a 4. That's not a 1. One of those is a 1. This one is a what? 4 now, that's a 9. 13 so far, that's not a 9. This is not a 4. If you had 1, 2 here, that's 16. 16 minus 8 is 8. So yeah, this has to be absolutely minimum. 1, 2 here, with an 8 here negating. Which makes this an 8. That's a 1, that's a 2. This is not a 1, one of these is a 1. That's not an 8. This is a 9. One of those is a 2. One of those is an 8 as well. This is a 3. Let's just make that a 1, 9, could be anything, could even go there. This is 8 more than double this. No. This is 8 more than that. So if this were 1, that'd be a 9. 2, 10. Etc. Five, 6, or 7 over here. Oh, also, this obviously too has an 8. This is a 5. This is 3, 6, and 7. 1, 4, 5, 9. This is a 5. This is 1, 4, 9. One of those is a 2. One of those is a 5. This is 3, 6, or 7. This is not a 5. That's not a 5. That's not a 6. This is not a 4. This is not a 3. So a 2, 6, or 3, 5. That's not a 4 or a 5. This is a 6. This is a 9. That's a 5. That's a 3. This is not a 3. This is a 6. That's a 3, 7 pair. This is 2, 3, or 7. This is not a 3. This has a 1 on it. It's either 1, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 5. 3, 4, 1, or 5, 1, 2. Well, this is a 9. One of those is a 6. One of those is a 5. 2 and 4 remain to go. Then we have 3, 7, 8, 9. That's not 9. That's not 9. This is 8 more than that. So 8 would be 16, which could work 7, 9. 7 would be 15. Does not work. Can't be 9, 6. 6 would be 14. 9, 5, 8, 6 doesn't work. 3 would be 11. Does not work. So this is an 8. This is a 16. Negative 8's 5 away from that is negative 1, 2, or 3. Not a 1. Don't lose. No need to ask why. Negative 2, 5 away from that is at least a 3. Yeah. Whereas negative 3, 5 away from that is at least a 2. So 1 cannot go on these. 1 has to be one of those, making that a 1. 2, 5, or 3, 4. This is not a 1, therefore. $13 would need to subtract 5. 11, we need to subtract 3. 10, we need to subtract 2. But that does not work. 2, 8 minus 2 does not work. 9, we need to subtract 1. Does work. It's 1, 3, or 5. 5 or 6 in here with 3 or 7. Two, 4, and 7 to go here. So this is a 7. This is 2 or 4. This is 1 or 8. That's a 1, that's an 8. This is not a 1. 3 or 5. 2, 4. Let's look at many places. Jellyfish. What else do we have here? 2, 4, 5, 7, 9. None of which are ruled out of any of these cells. No. This, if it were high, would be 7. This, if it were high, would be 6 or 7. So this is 1 or 2. And the other of these are also 1 or 2. This one would be 6. In fact, it could be 7. So 6, 1 here, or 7 here, with 1 or 2 in those cells. It's still not giving up, so that's good. Imagine I was stuck on that for like 140 minutes just to find out that a clarification of the rules that would have made the solve so much easier, and then I solve it in 5 minutes. That, I would feel so bad for that. However, it's still not letting go, so that's good. One is one of these 2 cells. This is not 2 or 4, it's 1 or 3. If this was 3, making that a 5, this would be 4, 9. This was a 1. If this was a 3, that'd be 4, and that'd be 1. If that was a 1, that would not be 1. So this is never 1. Just wanted to update the title. Five is one of those. So if that were a 5... yes. If this were a 5, that'd be a 5 and that'd be a 2. If this were a 3, that'd be a 2. So this is always 2, 5. Making that a 1. This is no longer a 1. If this... Oh yeah, this can't be a 6 now, because then it would have to be 1 there and 1 there. This is a 9. Also, if this were a 7, then that would be 1 or 2. If that were a 6, that'd be 1. This always goes there. This is 1 or 2. This is a 4 now. That's 1 and 9. Nine is one of those 3. If this were a 3, this would be 11. Which is 9, 2, or 7, 4. 5 would make this 9, 4. So this is never 8. One of these is a 7, so 7 goes here in that column, making that a 6. This is a 3, 7 pair. Two, 3, 4, 8 to go here. These are not 2. One of those is a 6. One of these is a 6. This is 2, 4, 5, or 6. That's not a 4. One of those is a 2. Two, 4, 7, 9 still to go. That's not a 2. This is not a 4 or a 9. 2 or 7. 7 or 9 goes up there. So one of those two is a 4. This is not a 9. 2, 4, 7, 9 means that the rest of these cells are 1, 3, 5, 6, and 8s. All of which seem to work. If this were a 1, that'd be 1. If that were a 2, that'd be a 2. So this is never a 2. One of those is a 5. What now? It's just this line and this line that I have to do.
When you leave mine.
If this were a 7, that'd be a 2, that'd be 1, that'd be a 3, and 3 is not 5 away from 7. So this is a 9. This is either 9, 2, negative 3, or 9, 4, negative 5. This is a 9. This is not 9, 1. Do. That's a 9. That's a 7. One of these is a 7. So this is not a 1. Because if this were a 1, this would have to add to 9, which if it has 7 on it already, so it's not possible. So one of those two is a 1, and that's a 1. If this was a 1, that'd be 8s. 10? No, that's not possible. If this were a 1, this would be 8s. And then these two would have to equal each other to nullify each other. So that's not a 1. This one is a 1. That's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 5. And this is a 6, 8 pair. That's not an 8. So this is one of those cells. 8 is one of those cells. That's not a 9. This is 3 or 4. This is a 7 or a 6. So this one cannot be 6, cannot be 7, cannot be 8, cannot be 9. So this goes down here, making this a 6. Now, I have 13 already. So whatever this is 5 more than its. This cannot be 1, 6, cannot be 2, 7, could be 3, 8s. It cannot be 4, 9 though. So this is 7, 3, 8s. 13 plus 3 is 16, minus 8 is 8. Yep. So that's an 8, that's a 6. This is a 4 now. These are not 6s. This is a 6. This is a 5. This is 7, 2, 7, 7, 3, 3, 2, 4, 2, and 5. This is not a 4. That's 3, it's a 7. 4, 3, 3, 7, 7, 6. 5 eights. 5, 2. 5, 2, 4. 2, 3, and 4. And 2 and 4. Nice. Definitely a lot easier than the 17250. But yeah, I'm glad I completed it. Thank you, thank you. I really liked most of them. There were a couple that I wasn't really a huge fan of, but like most of them are really, really good. Like they're the perfect level of difficulty. I've said this before, but they're the perfect level of difficulty to enjoyability. Yeah. I'm glad I was able to go through all of them. I I feel satisfied. And now if we refresh this, oh wait, no, I need to put this in. Row 8 and column 7. Wait, what? Row 8 left to right, column 7 touch bottom. And 8. Oh. I guess it's the same copy. Column 7. There we go. Probably around hard if I were to actually get it for the rules right. Definitely very nice. Very good theme as well. And yeah, if we go here, everything page 10, done. Everything page 9, done. Everything page 8, done. Page 7, done. Page 6, now done. Page 5, done. Page 4, done. 3 is done. 2 is done. And 1 is done. Did them all. So yeah, that's going to conclude the quest for MathPesto's catalog. Thank you for clarifying the rules for me, because I would have been stuck on that forever if not. But yeah, I'm going to end stream now. Who's catalog next? Well, I was either thinking the bookworm, which is going to take me like 50 years, or I can do Donatello. I probably might do Donatello and then bookworm after. Or I might just start streaming Monster Hunter. We'll see. Excuse me. But yeah, whatever comes next will come next. But for now, thank you everyone so much for joining me on this quest. And I'm going to stream now. See y'all later. Bye.